Hello, 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 hello. Yep, that's me. That is me. Press any button to play. I'm going to press the R2 button. And it works. Let's see. I think everything is working. I hope everything is working. I haven't killed that many things yet. Those numbers will rise, don't worry. But yeah, this game looks nice. Is that Fred? Oh my goodness. Fancy meeting you here. The Fred. Can't believe the guy from Limp Bizkit is in my chat. Unbelievable.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Hmm. Damn it. Anytime you try to use the phone, there's an extra. I see coffee. Very important. You were letting a song finish? Wow, you are a bad man. You are a very, very bad man. Possibly the baddest man on the planet. Move aside, Mike Tyson. Is that a monster? A demon? A beast? Oh. Rude. Look at that. Pure skills. Is that our band name? Oh, brilliant! You are a true genius. So, anytime someone asks me, that will be the answer. Hello, Mac Danny. It's going well. How are you? Through tree. I feel you. Yeah, I'm usually like that too. Let's read.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
PS5, and yeah, it does look fantastic, yeah. You know, this is a 12-year-old game with a bit of lipstick on it, and it looks better than most games coming out now. It's sad. I wish the like actual volume levels were a bit better, but the sound is good, yeah. It's a nice map. Nice birds. Probably not, but I don't think it needs it, Fred. I would imagine. Oh no, it probably isn't on Steam, the remaster version. Probably an epic fail exclusive, I'm afraid. Yeah, yeah. But I was saying before, like, I think you'd be fine with the original on PC.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
Yeah, but I don't, you know, it's not.
Hell, of course I see him. Come on, we gotta move.
I don't think it's dramatically different looking.
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but
Let's move.
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak.
Well, of course he
There was
knew your
no
name.
way this was a coincidence.
Everyone knows
He
your
was
name.
the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake. That's what I got for you.
Shadows are being a bit funny looking there. Finish him off. I think it would be better.
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady.
If he just gave me the gun and let me do everything, I think that would be better, but you know.
He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence.
Escort
He was the
mission?
kidnapper.
But he's escorting me.
You better keep up.
It's a twist on everyone's favorite mission type. Like, shoot him. What's wrong with you? I don't think they will be, Mac, Danny. Will be Rockstar launcher exclusive, right? But why would they have any say in it?
That's right. You just keep coming. Die already, die! Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Wow.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun.
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
I guess it's flare time for real.
A little longer. Scare them off.
Apart from the shadows, that still looks really cool. It's a shame I don't know what's up with the shadows.
Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it over. Stop moving! Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe. Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun. They're coming.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Oh, there's a coffee thermos in this.
Them.
Can I squeeze through there? No. Very important that I get that. Yeah, this guy kind of sucks, huh? I hit the wrong button there. I did not hit the dodge button. I panicked and hit a different button. His accuracy is terrible. Yeah, apparently he has like all of the bullets, which is handy. Oh my goodness, that's quite a big one there. I did hit the dodge button there, but nada. Keep shooting. Yeah, well done.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her now.
Oh damn. At least I've got a gun now.
You're gonna give me the manuscript, or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move. On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
Happy stuff. Very cheerful, this game. Peggy 3. The original release of this was BBFC 15, back when they rated video games. The glory days. Okay, let me pick up that page. Oh, it's not a page.
Rusty warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell.
I was tricked. They tricked me. Now everything's gonna die. I actually have the collector's edition of this, believe it or not, of the 360 version. Probably not worth it to shoot them like that. Just checking what's over this direction. I'm just always hunting for coffee. Well, they used to be. Kappa. Oh dear, I did not see that. Oh, another one of these things. Who puts all this ammo lying around, huh? Yes, we have, again. This is normal. Yeah. It's just the way it is. In fact, it's more surprising at this point if we don't have each other.
What the hell?
Something weird happened. Oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Quite a lot of people hanging around. Oh dear. No problem, Fredster. That all went wrong. Quite a bit of fighting that I have to do again. Reload. And then I walked up this hill, and then there are more people pop up. Or maybe not. Perhaps I am wrong. Oh, I don't have my flare gun anymore. I couldn't really see anything there. Camera was a little awkward. I'll start that shortly.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
It's an interesting idea, isn't it? A game that deliberately kind of spoils itself. It deliberately tells you what's happening next. Here's some peak gaming here. I did it.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Best seesaw ever. Or Schwinn. Another Porsche. Porsche? Yeah. Next week, hopefully. Here's more peak gaming. Ah yes, I should use my hunting rifle. I've noticed already that this game has quite a habit of taking your items away from you, so you might as well use them, sort of thing. It's like Doom if you were playing with from pistol start every level. It's just like that. Thank you very much, Fred. Some more coffee to add to the collection. No, well that might be in the second game that they announced late last year. Fingers crossed. They were trying to make a second game before. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to see, I don't know, like a second game announced. Because I always assumed that this franchise was kind of dead. Hello RT, how's it going? Ooh, a page. And a Porsche win.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Not running away and not giving up either. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Look at that puzzle solving. Not that Silent Hill play the piano notes that you can't hear nonsense here.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
More coffee. The darkness wears her face.
Be aware of Widowmakers.
Or hunting rifle ammo. Kind of weird having a jump button in this game. He just doesn't look like the character who would jump, but he does. I missed the shot. Item limit reached.
Logging is a hazardous occupation.
Chainsaw. Just like the page said.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Nice bear.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Out of the woods, literally or figuratively? Mr. Wick. Mr. Wacky.
I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
Close.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Jumping into holes, my favorite horror trope. Oh, I see. It's one of those games where to solve the mirror problem, they just decided to get rid of the mirrors.
The garage.
You can't use the toilet though, that's so disappointing.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
You can harm nature and yourself.
Yes, that's the closest thing this game's had to a jump scare so far. Nothing worse than being in a bathroom with the lights turned off. Nothing worse than there's no way to get them on. Let me just have one look around. Hello, macaroni. How do you do? Hello, Desolator. You not saying hello to me? You don't like me anymore? Such. Ranked up in CSGO again, that's not good. Gonna inflate my ego. Oh, it's not inverted for when you're driving. What's that all about? Ugh, what a load of bum. Vehicle controls. Where's that? Interesting. Hmm. Still, there's no option to invert during driving, so that sucks. I hope you're doing well, both Macaroni and Desolator, though, despite the CSGO ranking up. Palava. Oh, bum. Yeah, I'm doing fine, thanks. Did you expect this game to have driving bits? I kind of forgot there were driving bits in it, to be honest. It clearly didn't really stick with me. I don't like, see when you go to reverse, the game automatically sticks your camera around. That is terrible. Why? I just want to back the car up. I don't want to see, you know, behind me. I definitely didn't see this coming, yeah. What's the main monitor used for, Desolator? Probably not really that necessary to run these guys over, is it? I'm just being thorough. Can you drive down here for fun? Yep. Get some coffee for it. Oh, cool. That's Lunar. Sounds good. There's a page hidden off to the side here. So yeah, most of the pages that we've found so far have been like very obvious, but I guess this is an example of a hidden one.
There was no misunderstanding. Cauldron Lake was where Alice and I had stayed, but there was no cabin and no island. I was missing a week. What had happened to me? What had happened to Alice? I had to get her back. I couldn't face life without her.
Oh, hello there. Oh, rude. Carmageddon 2, nice. Is that the best one? I feel like I should go back. Okay, fair enough. Yes, macaroni. I don't know when though. What is going on here?
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
I think a flamethrower would be pretty good. You know, it's bright.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Oh. No. Not going too well, is it? Got a Porsche win now. I dodged. Well, I hit the dodge button anyway. I feel like I dodged. Got another match today, congratulations. Does anyone want to watch TV? Actually, this one's not watchable. Oh, what a shame. But this is gonna be something fun. Fair enough, Desolator, different strokes. You've got this, macaroni.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need... a week.
It's not done.
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
I feel you. It's better than nothing, huh, Desolator? At least you're a big hit with someone. Ah, we've already been here before, that's what it is. I recognize. Yeah, we're going for like a previous area backwards. Yeah, yeah. I get you.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
That's very pretty to look at. All the birds with the moon in the background. It's not a black moon, unfortunately, Desolator. I like the birds more than the people. They don't like me though, that's for sure. I'm not very good at this.
You can open the door now. They're gone.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the
Oh Dear Diner.
Good girl.
GG.
Come here.
Back with an edible pizza. Is that correct, Fred?
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Francis York
Okay,
Morgan?
I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true.
Urban
and
legends.
this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he
We
wrote.
saw some of his books earlier on in the
Zane
game.
was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Yeah,
Macaroni
how about
hates
that?
this game,
It was
Sudge.
there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Randy's dogs.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Nice dumpsters. I like that this game has daytime stuff in it as well. It's not all
Well,
just
mister,
nighttime.
This here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
I see.
Welcome to... Oh dear. Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
She sounds like something out of Silent Hill.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry.
She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's...
Oh no.
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Handsome man. Nice books. Creativity. Web metrics.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Come on, Barry, let's go.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Oh, need to level up my strength.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank
Yes.
you. A nice day. Come back soon.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste. Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Some of the pages, by the way, you can only get if you're playing on the hardest difficulty. So that's a bit strange. Not even a pistol start, no.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts.
punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, he's, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure?
It'd be better if they played Phil Collins in the air tonight after that conversation, but you know, that would probably cost too much money. I cannot jump over that. I'm gonna explore. Have a quick look around.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane!
Bullet time?
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave.
It's quite a good game, huh?
But there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on.
I think this is a lot better than BioShock. But I don't know, BioShock is a lot more popular and seems to get a lot more praise, but what can I say? Not everyone is as cultured as I am, Kappa. That is a joke.
Stop running!
In it though?
We have the suspect in sight.
Okay, men, keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Fan out! Simon, you get there! Stuck in where? God damn it, where did he go? Away. Keep an eye out.
Maybe Quantum Break's not as bad as I remember it being. Maybe I should revisit that on stream. I don't think we can stream the TV bits though. Like I don't think we can stream those, but that's probably for the best anyway. The bits where it wants you to watch the TV show.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the rider on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Advised that the suspect may be armed. Approach with caution. James out. Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here.
Bad things are happening.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Eat Led's a good game. That's always my go-to for underrated games. Hello, Illuminati. Pineland expert. I hope you're doing well today.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
I can't really run properly here, unfortunately. I can run a little bit.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you doing? Come on! Sit down and give me that.
James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over.
We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over.
I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over.
Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over.
Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over.
Oh yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
I don't know. Illuminati. How was GTA 5 the other night?
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
How far did you get?
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
Eye in the sky, that makes sense. No one wants to play that. The door on the type Z wouldn't close, so I hit a lamppost and I got knocked off and I failed. Oh. Typical GTA 5 stuff. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. Okay. Reach the radio station. Can we do it though?
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
What is Open TTD? Open Terrestrial Test Drive? Oh, right, okay. Oh, poor Schwinn. Oh, here's more epic gameplay. Are you ready? God, gamer.
The old generator conked out.
Oh no.
I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Try it again. I'm very good at pressing the X button when it tells me to. Or perhaps it is the cross button. I have heard that it's not actually X on the PlayStation controller, it's actually cross. Which makes sense. That looks like a plus to me.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
If I can get all these guys right next to each other. Well, that works. Wow, the radius on that's pretty big. It's a lot larger than I thought.
Call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Well, I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I like the unicorns more than the Unicode, personally. Well, that's how you die in Alan Wake. Porshwin. That's just rude. Hello JB, thanks for the big raid. I hope you had a great stream. Oh, I just got that shout out just in time. No, it's fine. I am seething with anger right now, as you can imagine, Phil. Don't bend me, don't bend me.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bothered with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
What do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well,
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in, folks. I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Oh no.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
Blocked.
It looks like Mr. Wake is going to need a moment before we can talk. Let me give you a little background while he prepares himself. You've all heard the name, of course. Alan Wake is the author of a...
I had no idea how to get to the coal mine. Maine would know. And I had a feeling I wouldn't get a chance to ask anyone else anytime soon.
horror story. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me.
Got him.
Whoa. Everyone calm down.
Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Rage and humiliation. Yeah. Relatable. Or perhaps that could be me and Fred's tag team. Fred can be the rage part and I can be the humiliation part. I did put out the flare, but it was too late.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
You're eating a bit too much there, Fred, I'm worried. In case you overdose on bananas. Nothing worse than a banana overdose. I've got a gun again. Remember those days when I had a gun? It's not the pizzas I'm worried about. It's the radioactive bananas. I hope you understand. It's a shame that the shadows are all bugged out. Because the flare stuff looks really awesome otherwise. So that's a shame. You feel me? I'm out of ammo. I don't think this is the way to go, but what's the worst thing that's gonna happen? Star Wars game? I actually don't know what you mean. I've blocked that out of my memory, clearly. I know I'm wasting my time going up this hill. But you never know, there might be a minigun or something up here, right? I haven't streamed that many Star Wars games, so I don't... That's the part that confuses me even more. I guess we'll do Star Wars Day again this year. It'll be our 5th? Oh my goodness. Went all the way up there to get that page. Just to die? What an absolute fraud. Okay. So there actually is something up there. I thought I was just doing that for the crack, to be honest, but there is actually something up there, so now I'm determined. It's a shame that he runs very early up hills, but you know, that's just realism, isn't it? This is a lot more peaceful. The last Trek game you played had those kind of glued on shadows made of collections of black 2D rectangles in the rough shapes of people. Probably, I don't remember. And that was only a few months ago. It's terrible getting old, isn't it? You're probably right, I just don't remember. With games like that, though, it's hard for me to remember because we finished that game really quickly. So it is just like literally one, you know, the visual equivalent of one in one ear and out the other. It's just, yeah. There we go. We got it.
Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
An alien. A monster. Was it worth it to get that one page? Probably not, but I've got it anyway. Do you think Tony's not here, huh? I know. It's amazing how well this holds up. Because like I said, this, like, it's a very good remaster, don't get me wrong, but like this is not too far off what the original game looked like, you know? Reminds me of Father Ted when the crow steals Father Jack's glasses. It's just like that. What else do I have? Not much. I don't have enough ammo to kill all three of them. All three of y'all. No, I hate to break it to you, Fred, but it is not. This is not the official endorsed Favorite Head video game. OMG. Becky, look at her butt. It is so big. It looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
The darkness controls the Titan. At least I've got a shotgun now. Super shotgun. That was pretty good, huh? Oh, that wasn't good. Sorry. That was a bit rubbish. We'll get it. We'll get it someday. Someday we'll get it sorted. Just give me a moment. See, I don't have any batteries at the moment either, so that's a bit of a pain. We've wrapped some bats. Fresh bats. Thank you for giving me a moment, by the way. It's very, very kind of you. Yep, just climb. Yeah, just climb over that. It's fine. Oomph. This is just where I was, wasn't it? Oh no, it's not. Perfect. More coffee to add to the collection. Welcome back, Macaroni. Did you just get global elite there now?
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
I'm just deliberately going the wrong way, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. Yep, there's a thing over here, it looks like. That's good advice, Fred. I'll keep that in mind.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Yes, Macaroni, I am. I know you're not, but I am. Macaroni's just not discerning, Poirot said.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
What is this? Item limit reached. Cool story 40.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Elite Hacksaws, that's me. I know you're not talking about me, but I'll take it anyway.
Some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Follow. Good try, Macaroni, good try. You thought putting the emote that you want to see would influence the bot somehow. That's very, very clever. I love that shirt that you're wearing today, Fred, by the way. I think it looks absolutely smashing on you, darling.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Oh. That hurts. That was a unique moment. What with the train? Blimey. The shirt? Oh. Well, you know, he said to own every potential compliment. So, you should be owning it.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger.
You might not actually be wearing a shirt.
Everything in its path.
You put it in the bank. Compliment bank. There's a lot of stuff going on there, isn't there? It's all very, very. Is that a jump scare?
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Oh. Yeah, it is a bit controlly, isn't it?
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Smug face.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Not bad, you. I like it.
Did you call 911?
Hello? Unscripted AI? It is so good to see you once again. It's been a while. Well, Bad Boys 2 was not that long ago, I guess. Bad Boys the second. I think after my Bad Boys 2 stream, I think everyone went out of their way to buy a second-hand copy of that game online. Isn't that correct, everyone? You got 3? Wow. That seems a bit hardcore. Yeah, there might be some truth to that, Macaroni. The AI in Aura Victory is truly unscripted. And they were actually proud of that fact, which makes it even funnier. In light, you can hurt them. Is it telly time? Telly time.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
Blimey. He's gonna.
Oh, Mr. Derleth.
Oh no.
Please, Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
They effectively stated to the press that they didn't script their AI, and that was a good thing. While showing everyone how terrible their AI was, it's priceless. Yep. It's actually amazing. Oh. Nearly just blew past that.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes.
I didn't know the darkness was into that kind of thing.
And threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Yeah, I was reading chat. Well, and then as I look back, I was like, oh, there's a page there. You're getting an insight of my... When I look at chat sometimes if I'm walking straight ahead like that, thinking, oh, you know, I'll just moving forward here so I can look away. You guys like Dark Souls, right? Well, this boss battle is harder than Dark Souls, alright? See, told you. You are dead. I just shoot a flare at it right now. It kinda helped. There you go. Means I don't have any flares for these bad boys though. Well, I have the regular flares, I can use these. Hello, a Dark 132. Wow, RT, wow. Wow. I'm offended. I am molding right now. I got a Porsche win for defeating that epic boss battle. Which, yeah, feels amazing, man. RT just buys new games just to hate them, I think.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Welcome
Today,
to Bright
I would meet
Falls.
the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Yeah, I've lost all my items again. It's just like Doom. It's not. Big ol' liar.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the
Little by
story in
little,
the
my favorite
manuscript was
Oasis
coming
song.
true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
I've got it stuck. It's stuck. Well, we're not driving that anymore, I guess. Hopefully we don't need that. Anything down here? So yeah, not having the car kind of stinks, doesn't it? At least you get to take in the beautiful scenery. Actually, I'm going to do something unbelievable. I am going to continue walking, but I'm going to turn the lights on at the same time. This has never been done before. There you go. I did it. World exclusive, yeah. Pretty wild. Epic Game Store. So we've got another car if I need it. Fantastic. I can't do it again.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger.
G-man?
Could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
More chains. Do you remember, Fred, when I played Alone in the Dark? And I could have sworn you suggested you told me to play it, and then you were like, no, I didn't. And I was like, alright. Well, let's play it anyway. How bad could it be? And then it was absolutely horrendous. Those were the days, huh?
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much. I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns, and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. A bit of lower there. While lucrative at first, the mining steadily declined in the 20th century. The seams were rich, but hard to get at, and the volcanic activity in the area made the mine shafts particularly dangerous.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
In 1970, a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake, while relatively minor, caused most of the deep mining tunnels to collapse or flood. 32 miners lost their lives in the calamity, and all mining around Bright Falls came to a final stop. Now, many of the remaining buildings are protected as historical landmarks. Caution.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
What? I've got my guns again now.
Wake,
Where the hell are you?
change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around
You
by
want to
you.
see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to
Rude.
get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Still locked.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
No, this is 3. Yeah, Desolator is very clever. Okay. Eyeball purge. My favorite kind of purge. Is this guy going to turn around? No. Probably not. There we go. Oh no, this was a mistake. Saved. Good night, Macaroni. Thank you very much for hanging out. And I hope to see you again soon. Enjoy swiping. Is that a euphemism? Maybe.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Look at this wide open space. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen, right? Incorrect. No flares. Can you calm down? This reminds me of a scenario in Left 4 Dead, I think. I think it had a train yard. Well done, son. Thank you. Very kind. It's fine. Don't worry. Be happy. But yeah, this game looks lovely. Oh no, there's a lot of blokes here. Poor Schwinn.
Get your lunchbox.
Ah, yes, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that was good, wasn't it? Professional gamer. Trust no one in the dark. Does that include Dark 132? And Dark Poro?
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
We don't use YouTube here. Real Tech 9, we use Daily Motion. Thank you very much. I agree, Fred. Yeah. That's a nice tree.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
This is why we prefer Daily Motion, yeah. Like a true Giga Chads that we are. Well, that's not what I wanted. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. You haven't lived, RT? Yeah, it's been around for about as long as YouTube has.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Chandler, Bing. It's all connected. Poor Schwinn. I know, Phil. It's sad. It's actually so sad.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Ooh, a pump action shotgun. I'll take that. Yeah, it's been really good. Original concept. It's pretty well written. It's good stuff. Watchable telly. Non-flushable bugs, yeah. I think there's something over there. I want to check out what that is. Oh, it's just one of those. Not very exciting, is it? See, it says that this is a potential way forward. But the other way also says that it's a potential way forward. So I'm very confused. Oh. Have a great sleep, RT. Thank you very much for hanging out.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
I'm gonna go the other way and stick with it. Hopefully, Fred, fingers crossed. Oh, any game where you can throw moldy bread around. That's usually a kiss of death, because that's usually like the highlight of the entire game, so I don't know about that. Yeah, I want to check that big house though, but I missed. I like American Nightmare. I thought it was quite interesting. That's my memory of it, though. I haven't played it since nearly 10 years ago, so... Hopefully that worked. Yeah, this seems like a good place to be. Oh, Ellen. Now that Alan Wake has been remastered lovingly, fingers crossed that we get a Rogue Warrior remaster, huh? Along with 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. It really would, wouldn't it? So you know it won't happen then. This game is good for poor Schwins, isn't it?
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
See what I mean? Big Rigs is a hell of a game. Well, it's amazing that it exists at all, isn't it?
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Big Rigs probably is less impressive now, but you know, considering back then, actually getting a game released, especially in like retail stores, was, you know, not easy. And yeah, the fact that that was actually released is pretty remarkable.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
I was fumbling, and unfortunately not bumbling. Grey Peak Gorge. Originally founded in 1928, the Grey Peak Gorge mining town was one of the permanent settlements the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there, a grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Grey Peak Gorge was abandoned almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its doors in 1970. Yeah, probably desolating. How are we doing on coffee these days? We only have 34 coffee thermoses. It feels like more, but no, only 34. I think the bottom three are for the DLC. I think DLCs. There are actually 2 DLCs for this. I don't think so. You have to save it for the sequel, don't you? Oh, that really hurt. It's a great game. Quantum Break. If I do stream that, it won't look anywhere near as good as this. You've been warned. No lockpicking minigame. I'm okay with that.
Anything outside of riding is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Fair enough, Fred. Fredster.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Wow. People are just the worst.
Birds.
Probably should just use the flare gun here. It's a lot more effective. Well, that happened.
Birds.
Verbs. That was a terrible shot. What? I don't know, apparently I'm rubbish at this now. I don't know what I'm doing. It's very, very complicated, yeah. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Is this the way to go? I don't want to go the right way. Going the right way is for losers, let's be honest. I don't know, maybe that wasn't the right way, I don't know. It's very complicated.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Okay. Hello, Grim. How do you do? It is always lovely to see you.
I'd have to make my way up this mineshaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
I vaguely remember this. Very vaguely. What way are we doing this? Look at this puzzle solving. Nice kick. Still better from the Call of Juarez kick though. Yeah. What's up the stairs? Okay. He just lost all momentum there for some reason.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Remember those guys from the start? Ah, Lan, yes. That was a bad shot. I'm just bad. Yeah, Tony nearly had a fit yesterday. Oh, the peak of gaming. I did it. I wonder if they'll bother to make that any harder at some point. I don't think so.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Thank you very much. Oh no, more birds. Hello, Clay. I hope you're doing well. Bump, 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 bump. Yeah, quite the coincidence. But you would show up at this time. Nice, I hope you had a good day.
Shit.
Another one of these things to shoot. Well, what can I say? Freddy's a bad man. Have you seen his dress sense? Clearly a bad man. That's quite the ambush. Very Jeremy Langmaid thing for you to say, Grim. Fair enough, Fred. I respect that. Cauldron Lake. The 8th deepest lake in the world, Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake formed in a volcanic crater. The volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970, and even then, the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Very, very long sentence, isn't it? Come on, Sam Lake, do you not know how to use a full stop? No? Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. Oh, very nice, Graham. You have exquisite taste. Imagine being married. Wow. Living on the edge, yeah. Look at this. Lady Gaga performed at the reception. You really went for the whole shebang, didn't you? Is Lady Gaga still popular? Like, does she still actively put out music? I have no idea. I haven't kept up.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Yes, I am using my torch. I appreciate you using the correct terminology. Mingly. Unfortunately, Vidrea does not like my channel, Desolator Kappa. Balls. That is not the noise that should play for that. Locked. I think this is their third best game. After the Pins. Tom. I miss you, Tom. CW and TZ. That would be Cynthia something and Thomas Zane. I can't remember her second name. No, and then no. The Drea never really watched me that much. Anyway. You talked to me on TV. Did you write this? Someone's lost their sat nav. Yep. Uh-huh. Anything else here? It's fine. Don't worry. Hello, Snake Eyes. How's it going? No crumbs. Oh. Oh. Yeah, let's do that better. Should use the flare gun, maybe. Possibly. Try and get them all together. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's terrible. Who knows? Let's find out. Well, I got a Porsche win for it. That went a bit better. And it's important to remember to try and use my good items anyway, as this game has a good, makes a good habit of taking your stuff away from you, so I wonder if that section can be skipped. I have no idea.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find. I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Wait! That you? Wait! Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, it's late. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us.
Oh dear. GG. Is this a good tune? I don't know. We'll skip it.
On Alan Wake. I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
The truth?
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death.
Yeah.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had pumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. The door was locked. I was a prisoner here.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah. I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message. Loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused.
Yeah, girl.
I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Follow Dr. Hartman.
This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course.
Night Springs, the video game. Also made by Remedy. Is it? Death Rally poster. Amazing. That's Remedy's first game. I've never actually played it. I've played the remake though. That's pretty cool.
I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan.
Nice bear.
Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is cold, possibly. High up in the mountains.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk. Hartman obviously loved his own voice. His words echoed madly inside my head. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands to stay focused.
You need to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery.
That would be good.
Let's go inside. Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, the only trophies you should hunt for are Porsche wins.
Scared, but you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video games.
Ooh, yeah.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve some small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
You might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
Fred's a big fan of this character. Welcome to Cauldron Lake Lodge. We're here to give you the specialized help you need. However, please observe the following. Please ask friends and family to schedule visits beforehand to ensure they don't interfere with your therapy and or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they're engaged by their creative processes. Be patient. Typically our patients have long-term creative problems and they won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you're voluntarily receiving treatment that is specifically tailored for you. Engagement therapy TM and its sister method, the flow TM, work best when you're actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to voice them. There is some licensed music in this game, but yeah, I haven't been dwelling on it for too long, so hopefully it's not too much of an issue.
My rheumatism's killing me.
There they are.
There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
Night Springs, the board game.
This place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer. Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah! Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Zane! You're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm. The Anderson Farm. Valhalla! We wrote it all down, lest we'd forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message. Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
Zane could feel the poems, taking form, shaping things. As he experimented, he imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him. But there was fear, too. If not for his young assistant Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He too had a way with words. My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
we have
guys.
a stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain. Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll. Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch. She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch. And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought, the hag. She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does. We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god. Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake. Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other writer. She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you? Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid.
Correct.
Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit. So tired. Built the farm close to the lake. A place of power. We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party. That Bob Baldwin threw the amp through the window. Hit that hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion. Bob's dead now. Leukemia. Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Bad scene.
Okay.
I'm tired, man. So tired.
Locked.
I'm a bad dream, and you can't wake up. You can't hurt a nightmare because all dreams are only imagination. They're
Yeah.
all in your head, and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because I'm in charge now, and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny. But it wasn't supposed to be about mullets, and now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because
This is quite funny, isn't it?
marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic.
And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk, talk, talk all the time and express their feelings so they won't shut up. And the writers won't shut up either because they have feelings too. And I have to listen to them because they're not scared of me. And everyone should just shut up, shut up, shut up. But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
I like mullet time. I think more games should use it.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me
Spot
to paint
on.
landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better.
Good.
Well, I guess I'd better start wrapping this up. The storm is almost here. Look at that. I'd hate to be out there tonight.
It was, real interesting. I'm listening. Promise.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
The doors were locked. Hartman and the nurses would have keys, but there was no way to get my hands on them.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
There's a QR code for someone to scan in if you want. I have not been scanning these in, but it is there if anyone's up for it.
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew I couldn't, but I figured I should just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk. Hartman had mentioned that the power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key. The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody, calm down. Put that down. Bert, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
Good tune, bro.
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Where the hell did he get a damn hammer?
I don't know. Here's a friendly poke from Mjolnir, wench. Oh, afraid crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now, are we?
Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
Well, things are unraveling fast, aren't they?
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office wing from Sinclair.
The backstage is all yours, Tom. Seize your destiny.
I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Come out and face the music, Birch. It's time to pay the piper.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna sue your crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously! Do you
Barry?
have any...
Ow! About time!
Barry, man, am I glad to see you.
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Hartman followed the fall of Alan Wake with his binoculars. When the rider hit the water, he ordered Jack to take the boat to him. The spot was easy to see in the dark, even with all the extra lights in the boat. The flare floated and kept burning even in the water. Jack turned the radio louder as the engine sputtered. The music was rough and clanking, something the Anderson brothers would no doubt have enjoyed. But Hartman chose to ignore it. Wake was finally within his reach.
Indeed.
The dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
Okay. Where did he get the gun from?
The dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
It was the black stuff on the ground.
faded light to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
Ah, right, okay. Sorry, I missed it. Kinda late, so. Oh, more epic gameplay. I did it. Excellent button pressing, my lad. Thank you very much.
Hartman knew he was no creator. He had no ambitions on that front. And he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here, damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction, to be a producer. That was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between.
I think there's more chance of the Fred part of that being a reality rather than the Grim part. Locked. Oh. Balls suck, don't they?
Al! I'm here! I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there!
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al! Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
Is Barry's voice actor the same voice actor who voiced Vinnie Gognetti in Max Payne 2? Sounds a lot like him. Correct, yeah. I don't think I realized that when I played through this originally.
Al, be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Hedge maces are always good fun, aren't they? Especially the one in Vice City where you go get the sniper rifle. That's always good. Good. Don't trust Emil.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Dark Poro's favorite band. "19 days ago" seems longer. Yeah.
The channel, turn it off. We don't want any fighting. It makes me sad. You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long. You get 3 pills in the evening.
Boss battle. It'll be fine. It won't be fine.
If you can't cool the channel, we'll turn it off. We don't want any fighting. It makes me sad. You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice. You get 3 pills in the evening.
trouble, and I don't have to. This is just
Boss battle defeated. AK-47 would have been terrific there, yeah.
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
Very pretty. The batteries are rubbish though, yeah, they don't last very long. Maybe that's why the Energizer product placement's been taken out. When they realised that their batteries were being put into a game where they last like 5 seconds, they were like, oh, that reflects poorly on our brand. We don't want to be a part of this.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay, okay in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed and threw up his hand. The world exploded.
It's always good fun when the world explodes, isn't it? Email. Made Tom do it. Hmm. Fair enough. Kangles?
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he had had. Well, since Tom, really. Sleep well, Alan, Hartman whispered with a smile. Let me take care of you. He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted it.
Does anyone in the chat tonight have a throbbing nose? I don't think I do. Oh, Fred has a throbbing nose. Fantastic.
Ow! You're alive! Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry!
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Barry!
I'll find it! Don't worry about it!
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it!
Oh. Look at that dodge. Look at that dodge. Well, don't don't pay any attention to that dodge. Nice use of mullet time, yes.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it! It's gotta be here! Just hang on, Al!
Hold on. That's fine. Can't be bothered.
Al, please tell me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
Don't do that, you'll end up looking like Hulk Hogan. Nice dodging, my lad, thank you.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest.
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it.
Look out!
Well, poo.
God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
You should have used mullet time to dodge it.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way! Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Good.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Al, there's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Oh, yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al. I'm great. Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh? You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al. I'll be waiting.
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
I should probably leave it there. We've been doing this for quite a while, huh? I don't want my backside to completely fall asleep forever. Because that would be quite bad, wouldn't it? But we should probably leave it there. Yeah. At the start, I definitely thought, oh, he sounds a bit like Vinny, but then, like, there's certain parts where it sounds, yeah, it just sounds exactly like him. Does that sound good to everyone that we stop for the night? 4 hours, 34 minutes, 41 seconds. It was, without any doubt, an excellent stream. The game, the player, the chat, everything was perfect. Well, you're far too kind. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully I should be back on tomorrow. So, yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. It's a very good game. It was one of those ones I wasn't sure if it was going to hold up when I decided to play it. But it actually holds up pretty well. So yeah, I dig it. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'm going to disappear into the dark abyss here. And yeah, I'll catch you guys, like I said, probably tomorrow. I don't see why not. So yeah, with more Alan Wacky. Alright, see you guys, bye.